All right. All right, I think we are good to go. Sorry about being a little bit late today. Had to basically, so stream controller, this is very loud for me. How can I, I should, actually this is a good opportunity. So yeah, stream controller like really kind of fucked up. Like not the application stream controller itself, but they started like, I don't know, the OBS plugin just started failing for me all the time, so I noticed that they switched to vibe coding it, so I got to fuck off of that. What did I wanted to do? I wanted to add a volume, out app volume, and I guess it would be Chromium. Like, what if I click into this? Does that turn to Chromium? I guess this would always be Chromium because I am running it within a Chrome app. Yeah, so we're just gonna do Chromium, and then the name will be, well, will be Chromium, but like, let's just do YouTube Music or YTM. I know I'm doing this while the webcam is there, but now I can turn down this. Oh, that actually affects it for you though, as well. So maybe I'll just turn down my mains. All right. So today, what are we doing? What are we doing today? I know that was incredibly interesting stuff. Today we are going to be continuing to do iOS fixes. So iOS is not working 100% right now. Backups are not functioning. So we're going to be fixing that a little bit, and then I also, because I want to get iOS out onto the same cadence that Android's in, which just means it needs a little bit of TLC right now. And I should. Why is my iPhone not doing the things it's supposed to? Come on, iPhone. Do I need to turn you off? I like can't. There we go. Yeah, it keeps on trying to install an OS version, which never works. No, just stop trying to. Stop trying to install the update. I don't actually care. So now I'm going to screen share to Omarkey. So now we can get. Oh, I actually don't need the cat cam up right now. How quick does this? Okay, so it still is pretty slow for it to show. All right, so now we have the iPhone. So like, for the most part, it's working fine. There's just there's two things I think I want to. Well, one thing I need to fix is this backup. So if I hit backup. It takes longer than on Android. This is an older phone, but then it just nothing happens. Nothing happens here, right? So that's what I want to. Looking for. Oh, is it because I restarted it? Okay, I'm just gonna need to. Why is that failing now? Okay, so my builds are now failing for some reason. So it's installing the provisioning profile. Fastlane shell error. Okay, so something's going weird. Did I? Oops. I need to set up a better like main screen. Refactor pipeline. I don't want to merge this yet because that's me like actually restructuring everything. But why is this now failing? Alright, I'm just gonna throw the local builds are failing when trying to unlock the security. Unlock local security. Try to build to my device and make a plan to fix. Whoop. Okay, so that means that iOS is going to be going in the background for a little bit. So why don't we jump back over? I guess we are on timer camera already. So I am going to wait a second. I'm going to interrupt this for 1 sec, and then what I want to actually do is switch over to iOS yak shaving, and then if I run this, will it work all of a sudden? Oh my goodness, this phone is just overheating. This is not good. Anybody remember just how to like hard power off a phone? Just gonna try and like hold the, oh, I think it worked. All right, this phone is, yeah, it used to be the camera, the be right back camera, but it just stopped functioning. Oh, 82, I actually know. Another I mean saturated grind. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so let's try building from here. Because maybe it's just the iOS yak shaving. I did some fixes that I didn't intend. No matches found. What? Oh, did I? Why did I? That's like a. What? When did? I did not intend to put that there. It's like a really weird YouTube video that I was watching. Okay, so it is failing here as well. Okay, that's fine. That's, well, it's not really fine. Where did that come from? Did I accidentally hit P or something? I don't know. I don't know where that came from, but it was just a weird YouTube video I was watching. Okay, so this is still failing. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna say continue. I'm just gonna move this down here. All right, now we're gonna switch back to Android. Because the build is wrong keychain. Login keychain, no DB suffix. Login. Proceed with investigating once you're ready to execute. So wrong keychain name. Okay, so I'm just getting it to check Git history to why this is failing, because it is doing everything it should. Okay, so now we're switching to timer camera stuff. So it's working well, the timer stuff. Or sorry, the camera stuff. I just want to get it working on iOS as well, which might be a little difficult. But I want to get it working on iOS, and then I also want to, whenever I show the camera and then back out and come back in, it seems like the camera just doesn't really work. Still backing track. So I need to, like, it just doesn't appear again, the camera. But here's what happened. Original Slane was in the Android block, so it couldn't have worked. Changed to the form. Updates current using Gym. Only added log false to suppress password from the terminal, but no functional change on how to unlock. Everything between today that affects unlock is in addition to the log false. What is it, bro? What's the app? Here, let me build. And I can show. Is that what you're asking? Or you just asking what's up? I mean, I'm just chilling, doing. So I wanted to do some iOS fixes, but it looks like the build for iOS isn't working right now. But the machines are all up, so I'm not really sure why. My build server's up. I'm running on Linux, so I can't like build directly for iOS. So I have a build server that's just right over here. That I use, but for some reason it's crashing, or it's just not, the build is not working. So what I am working on, or I guess now, is this idea of like being able to record a workout set, right? So this is like a workout application. You can track your workouts. So like this is my workout data. It's not fully up to date because I have done, anyways, whatever. So you can track, these are all the close grip bench presses that I did on this day. You can track by calendar, kind of go back as far as you want, and it'll show you, you know, your progression as you've been working out more and more and more. So yeah, that's the application, and I've just been kind of adding features and stuff to it as I go. So the thing I have been working on most recently is this idea. I'm always checking for the camera permission because I just want to make sure that functions while I'm developing it. Yeah, so you can like this is basically like this like green face is replicating a camera. Oh, 83 subs. Or is that YouTube being weird again? I don't know, whatever. If you did sub and you're watching, thank you very much. Yeah, so this green face is like the default camera for debugging. Then you can like record, yeah, workout sets and whatnot, right? But so now there's a problem where like if I hit save, everything works relatively fine, but if I hit re-record, oh, the camera has worked now. But then this is failing actually. So it's not the camera that's the issue. It is the recording that's the issue. So it's the recording that's the issue. Okay, I can work actually more with that. Want to work more remotely for a company that's in Europe or America? Can you give me your opinion on like companies? I mean, that's not something I can necessarily answer for you. I mean, there's a lot of companies that are remote only. Just like look at job boards and all that kind of stuff. You can filter by remote only, but I mean, the company that I'm going to find that I want to work for is probably, it may be very different from the one that you would want to work for. But yeah, I don't. But yeah, a lot of the bigger ones are kind of switching towards like a lot of in-office days. So I mean, I would suggest looking at smaller companies, right? That are kind of more open to that remote kind of work style. But yeah, there's a lot of ways you can filter by that, even just using LinkedIn or something. which is what I've been doing. Also, like consulting, if you're willing to do that, right? Well, not really consulting, but like Fiverr type stuff. That's usually remote. But yeah. I guess that's my opinion on that. Did I get a sub and it just didn't go off? If it didn't go off, I did get a sub and it didn't go off. That was you. Why you? Thank you. What is my basic skill now? I mean, I've been doing a lot of Android development recently, so that's, but I dive a lot into like architecture and especially kind of like, yeah, especially like front end architecture. So like clean architecture, analytics, or sorry, not analytics. I don't really like analytics. Like accessibility is another big one, but yeah, I just really enjoy programming, so I like to learn and dive into it as much as I can, which is yeah. Also, I think for the most part, I mean, my partner tells me this a lot, that I'm a little bit more of a social dev than a lot of other devs, but some other people would probably disagree with that. Ooh, that should be rounded corners. Okay, so that's the deploy. What are we doing here? We want to... Yeah, I don't know why this allowed me to compile before, because it should just be collect as state. I'm not using, like, I don't have the Android stuff, because I'm using Kotlin multiplatform. So I don't know why this was allowed to compile and why it is still allowing to compile, but we're just gonna assume that it's good. That it's good. So why is the video? So we have the recording screen, which I do need to refactor a little bit. I'm just gonna zoom out here so I can find recorded. So yeah, the footer goes here, and then we have so this is basically like the camera. So we have the camera state / video, and then if the state is recorded, oh, this is not the footer anymore. This is the yeah, I guess that is the footer. And then so these slide in. So yeah, what happens here is when it's recorded, if the video URI is not null, then we get the video URI. Is this somehow returning null on the second round or something like that? I guess I want to check here and here. Oh, well, appreciate the, no worries. No worries. I tend to be a little bit scatterbrained, so think about this, think about this, think about this. So if I jump around a lot in my thought process, that is why. I need to keep that up. Okay, so we have the camera. So will it work with... So I'm basically hitting record and then I'm hitting stop. So we have the video URL and we have the file. The file exists and then we render it. And then if I hit re-record, then we don't have a video URL. And if I restart the process, yeah, the video URI is null. Why is the video URI null? save to set. Yeah, so we get the... So when we re-record the video, we delete it. Wait a second, is this an issue with recording events? Where's the recorded events? Recorded events. We record video, we switch it to planning, and then we wipe out the camera controller. Oh wait, no, we passed the camera controller back, but we set the... So is the video stored not being called? So like there's a state machine happening here, right? So we have three states. So we have the recording set state, and at any state it can have a backing set and a camera controller, which is just the thing that controls the camera, or like allows me to pull out the camera and kind of like, you know, tell it to start recording and whatnot. So what you can be is you can be in the planning state. The planning state is this. Oh, I guess I'm just going to talk through this because I think that'll help, and I might find where this is going weird. So you can be in the planning state, which is this screen. Basically, it just allows you to enable and disable the metronome, and then also enable or disable the camera. So if you click this, the camera controller gets set to null. And then if you enter it from a set, which you have to in any situation at this point, there's no other way, then there will be a backing set. Otherwise, it'll just save a video. So when you click into planning, we go through the reducer, and the reducer. So when you're planning, so when you toggle the camera, it just toggles the camera, and then also the camera controller, same with the metronome, and then when camera permission is granted, we set the camera controller. And then when you hit start recording, so that play button, which what we do is we transfer to the recording state. We transfer to the recording state, and then we pass along if the camera is enabled, the camera controller. And then and then we basically just instead pass a metronome state, otherwise null if metronome is enabled. And then we also pass along the backing set. When we are stopped, when we are recording, there's not much that the user can actually do. They can basically stop. There's also a tick and a beep. So if you have the metronome enabled, what's happening is so basically whenever we beep, we just kind of say like, hey, the last beep time is not. So there's a metronome state as well, which is right here, which has a boolean of beep and then a last beep time of whatever that instant was. I don't actually think we need the boolean beep. Yeah, I don't think we actually need this boolean, because what's happening is we have this basically tick loop. So there's this event called tick, which when it triggers, we basically just delay 50 milliseconds, and then if the last beep time is more than a second ago, we dispatch a beep. Otherwise, we dispatch a tick. And then, we dispatch a beep, and then we also just immediately dispatch a tick so that it will keep on going. It'll constantly keep going. And then whenever we dispatch a beep, then we just get this audio player and just go beep, 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 and that'll eventually be like an actual file, maybe something that you can change or edit or whatever. But that's kind of the plan there. And then when you hit stop, yeah, there's no side effects for stop, although there probably should be. Oh, right. So we have the start recording event here because I just want to do it whenever. I don't want to have to do it like when a state is something, because this when statement is like when the state is this, when the recording is this. I just want to say, like, if it start recording, just do that, and then if it stop, just do that, right? And then there's also other stuff that could happen down there in theory. So when you hit stop, yeah, so when you hit start recording, we start recording in the cache dir, and then we dispatch a tick, and then when we stop recording, so we stop recording, we delay 500 milliseconds, which I don't like. Maybe we're still getting null here. Could it be that so like when I hit start recording, I'm creating a video, well, it's just getting the current time, appending the set ID. So that should be a unique file. I mean, I should stop recording this 4-minute video. So when I hit re-record, we delete the video, and when I hit save, we get the backing set, we save, and then we hit on backpress. Right? That's been working fine. And then when we save the video, no. I don't think that would be the issue, that it was just returning here because the backing set was gone. Because that might be an issue, is that I'm not returning the backing set when I hit recorded events, re-record planning. Yeah, I don't send the backing set. I don't send the backing set along. So that actually could have been the issue. Could have been the issue. Okay, so we hit record, boop, boop, and then we hit re-record, boop, boop. That was it. So the ID, so that was the issue, is that, well, realistically the issue is that I wasn't actually sending the backing set when I went from the recorded state back to planning, I wasn't sending along the backing set, so that was problem number one. And then also, this wasn't really a problem, but here, if the backing set was null, I was just returning from the context, so I was just returning and hard, like, short-circuiting, which is not that great. I mean, it's fine, but it doesn't, like, I want this to be something that I can actually build in the future without requiring a set for this. So yeah, now instead of just returning, I default to a UUID. So now I should be able to, so now the other thing too is I want to be able to, like, go back in. That seems fine. What happens if I rotate? Yeah, so that's also going to be an issue. I need to fix rotation with this. Because also it doesn't really, like... Oh shit, this is going to be hard. This is going to be hard because, I mean, people are going to want to record horizontally. Because right now, if I go into, like, say, bicep curls, and then I hit this, yeah, the camera is going to be in this, like, weird... Yeah, because, like, it's in half the screen. And I think I already have a camera controller or something available. If I hit back a bunch. Okay, that's just gonna crash. Okay. Bop. Okay, so there's still some issues. The rotation is definitely an issue, but I think this is in a good enough state to... Because the other thing too is if people don't have horizontal turned on, sorry, like if they don't have auto rotate turned on, what's gonna happen is they're gonna get to this screen, they're gonna hit the record button, and their phone is just gonna turn, right? So it's just gonna be like a horizontal video. So they'll just have to rotate it in whatever thing they end up using it for. So I don't think that's like a huge issue. You know, I don't think that's a huge issue. So, okay, the horizontal rotation I'm not too worried about, so I think this is okay to, like, put out into rough. Like I have it behind a feature flag. So I think that's fine, and I have it behind an experimental feature flag. I think actually what this makes me want to do is it makes me want to refactor the settings screen right now, because that feature flag doesn't really work. And I also need to put all these experimental feature flags behind like pro users. I just think that's, I mean, it's not really incentive. Yeah, especially since some of them might end up being pro only features. Anyways, okay, so I am going to commit these changes that I made. I actually think I like really need to do much there. I think I'm just gonna delete the timer. Just gonna delete everything about the timer. Let's try and run again. Oh, how was everybody's weekend? Oh, we had Father's Day. Very busy day yesterday, which is why I'm a little bit tired today. But hey, you know, we're here. Okay, build failed. That's probably just due to a... Right, I guess that. So we got timer screened here. So I guess I am gonna get rid of the timer, and then all right, so that is running. So what I want to do now is I want to split up these changes. So I want these two to be committed, but what I need to do is run detect format, and then we just run detect, and then we just fix the ones on recording, and then we go. Okay, that was successful. I guess it changed some stuff here. All right, and then I'm not taking any of this other stuff because I'm going to do that in another commit where, yeah, I'm going to do that in another commit where I just like delete all the timer stuff, and then we'll rebase onto main when we merge. Cool, and then we do all this, remove timer, and that got committed, and then we push, and then we open up GitHub, and we I should just be able to see it, right? Oh, right, I already have this up here because I opened it a very long time ago. Very, very, very long time ago. Okay, let's see. Right, I don't have any of this working for iOS, which I know is going to be a problem. Yes, this is all iOS issues. Yeah, I should just deal with these right now. Okay, so all right, that's doing something. Okay, so what do we need to do here? We need to, yes, it's using jav.io file. Oh wait, is it? Where is this? No, I need, what file is this? Local video storage iOS. Yes, here is the issue. Because you cannot have crack off. So this needs to be platform file. Platform file. Wait, do I even need to do this? No, this doesn't even need to exist. Why do I even have that? Because it's not a expect actual. Okay. Charlie White. I don't know who that is. Sorry. I know who Charlie Brown is. I do not know. Yeah, so I resolved that, and I resolved that. Oh wait, no, the video player I didn't. Excuse me. Okay, so I don't have the video player at all. Which software is this? So this is an app called, yes, Kotlin Multiplatform. Kotlin Multiplatform. So it runs on Android and iOS. I am trying to get my iOS build working right now. It seemed to be using the wrong keychain, so I'm fixing that. But yeah, it's a Kotlin that builds for Android and iOS. So there's not much Android and iOS specific code in this application. I don't know how much exactly because it is all Kotlin. Well, yeah, it's free. It's free. I mean, it's no less. It's free. It's as free as using like Xcode or Android Studio. I mean, I am doing this with an Android Studio, but it does require a little bit more planning and stuff because you have to use different libraries. So there are some. It's not all. Like hunky-dory, but what about the device? So if you're running on OS X, you can use the simulator or emulator. So right now, I'm running on Linux, so I don't have access to the iOS simulator. So what I do is I have this little, I have an iPhone right here that I'm actually screen sharing. So this is the iPhone. You'll see I can, woo, scrolling, yay! But yeah, so that is the iPhone, just the build isn't working to it. So normally I would just run the build and then I have a little, I have a little build server right here. So it's a Mac Mini. So I just like send a command over to it to build to the iPhone. And that's how I normally do my development. But yeah, the keychain messed up or something like that. Sorry, I can't show the keychain work I'm doing because it might show a password. The code has been targeting the wrong keychain. On Friday, it probably works already unlocked from a previous match run. Saved unlocked. Go with option A. Why is that still not working? Okay, that's also something I need to fix. Because it's pointing to like today's thing, and I don't want it to be. Yeah, so that's fine. I want it to point towards like. I guess because my duration is not 2 hours yet. How long have I been streaming? 46 minutes. What if I do it for like 30? Yeah, whatever. Okay, there's videos. That's the link to this video. I need to fix that command. Okay, so I think I think I'm feeling pretty good about this. Oh, and CodeRabbit didn't have any. Yeah, that's fine. The video player thing. Any other conversations it added? No. So it thinks we're good. Okay, so I am going to. Alright, so it seems to be working now. I'm just gonna let it build, and then we might be able to switch back over to iOS. I'm gonna let this build, and while this builds, I'm gonna take a quick break, step outside, get some fresh air, and then I will be, yeah, back once this builds. So yeah, right back. Come on, work. Did this crash too? Why can't it see any of the things anymore? Why don't I just do this? What the hell is going on? Okay, so OpenDeck just has a really hard time connecting to OBS, I guess. Alright, well, I'm just gonna have to hit the be right back button then. Alright, I'll be right back. Ugh. Woo. Beep boop. Ba-doo ba-doo. Boop beep boo. Why? Does everything else work? Like if I do... Oh, so like, no, OpenDeck has... Alright, I'm gonna try and fix this. Alright. That really sucks that it crashes. Okay, so let's get this iOS update. And now it's just not... Are these not configured? Is this not... So I can click them, but I can't hit them on the actual thing. So if I hit the button now, okay, I just had to like unplug and replug. All right, so that's not great about OpenDeck. But I'm back. So we're not going to merge this yet because what I want to do is I want to look at the changes here. So I want to stash this. We're going to delete everything. Going to pull. We're going to pop. What? We're going to commit update default local build local keychain. We're going to push that, and then we're going to wait for this to finish yet again. Yet again. And then what am I going to do next? So the next thing I wanted to do, because I'm going to fix that later, is I want to... Okay, so now that I have the iOS builds working, so let me actually double check this. I'm going to discard all changes. I am going to go here. I am going to pull. What changes did I make? No, I don't want variation tests. I want to build. Oh, I pushed this to iOS Jack shaving. I guess I can. I can cherry pick this. Wait, no. Okay, I don't. I don't know how to do checkouts yet very well in LazyGit. So I'm just gonna open up. That's fine. I only need this for this. I just want to pull. Right. I just want to cherry pick this. Where's cherry pick? Recompose commit. Oh, I just want to. Explain branch, recompose. I just want to cherry pick. Share commit, copy branch name. Am I going insane and there is no cherry pick? Oh, right, because I'm okay, so wait, what? Why? Okay, so the remove timer's there. Now I can cherry pick. I'm actually the dumbass. That's very true. File conflict. Fast lane. Yes, I want to go with this commit. Because this one worked. And now let me okay. Okay, so let's actually just try it. Pachow. Could not find action project root. Fuck. Okay, so this was build keychain. And then I want to copy this. Fuck. Alright, so now I can P this, right, get rid of this, and then now if I run this, alright, we're building, alright, so I'm just going to, fix iOS build script. It's committing all the things. We're pushing because I pushed it to the wrong one because I'm so smart. just want to merge when it's finished, but I like, because I can't approve my own commit. I just like look at it, which I've looked at it 1,000 times. Let's, oh right, there was also the issue with the camera. For some reason, like, why do I keep on? So the driver factory makes sense, because I mean it doesn't really make 100% sense, I guess. But there's the like camera. Where's the recording screen? Oh wait, no, I guess it is the recording interactor. We have this like remember factory, and then the factory just has this create function. But when we hit this actual, we just call remember camera control factory, and then we remember, and then we set the context. Because couldn't I just... Because I have my dependency container, so I don't really know why I'm not using it. Because then this factory also just has, yeah, an expect actual for the... Because what I would want to do is update this so the dependency container has an expect an actual for the camera controller. Yeah, so this is actually like not the way that I want to do my DI. Do I accept what's here and move on to fixing iOS, because I really need to get iOS functioning. Like that is, iOS is a couple weeks behind on releases now. And push this into, because I do want to test it out tomorrow. I don't actually think it's ready yet, because I think I default, do I default to the front? Default back camera. Let's do a default front camera. And I should have like a toggle camera thing. Wait, no, tomorrow I'm going into a class, so I'm not going to use my camera at all. So I need this ready by Thursday. So maybe we reconvene with the camera stuff on Thursday. And switch over to iOS stuff. Dotting T's and crossing I's for recording. I guess it's good that I have the fixes on both. Oh wait, no, it's not gonna work here. Okay, so let's push that. Now if we go back to iOS yak shaving. Okay, so let's sync. Let's get iOS back over here. Oh right. Fuck. I have the layout set up such that I guess I don't need the timer camera PR anymore. So let's see how this goes. where did that come from? Why? iOS yak shading. How did this get... I have no idea how that got there. Like, not a single clue. Not a single clue. Okay, so now let's... I guess over here, I might have never... Okay, so this seems to be building fine. It is going to take a minute, but so let's look at the backup dialog again. So what's happening with this flow is we have our interactor, which basically what this is doing is it's listening to every single table in the database. So, and it's saying that it starts with nullable. So basically it listens for a list of things. It updates them to be nullable. So it can be a nullable list. It takes the first one, right? So it takes the first value that comes through. So the first like actual value that comes from the database. And then we also do like an on start here, so just to make sure that it emits a null first, right? So this is kind of a way of doing like a combine with defaults, right? So yeah, the on start emits null, and then in this case we have to do the map each because we're still directly hitting the database here for some reason. And then so all of these start out as being null. Right, so we have null categories, null movements, null sets, null everything. Ooh. All right, exercises doesn't actually matter. Because the workouts is what we actually care about. So, and then basically we set the lifts. These were renamed, so the lifts are now categories and the variations are now movements. I just haven't updated that in backup because I don't want to break the backup and restore process because it's based on the field names. Anyways, so that's a whole problem in and of itself. But yeah, so then we have this backup finished, and then in the UI. When backup is finished, if the backup is finished, then we trigger the backup event backup is finished. And if that happens, then we get the cache dir. We create the directories if we need to. And then we got the system time, we write the file. Oh, did this fail? Your export message in Gem. Oh, from commands. I am so tired of iOS builds. Okay, let's try it the way that I'm supposed to, where I'm on main on my Mac. So everything gets pushed. Why is so much changed over here? Right, because I did do the... This is all of the updates on that branch. I'm also testing my like build script here. It's not working flawlessly right now. Okay, so we back up and then we share the file. But so like the share file function doesn't seem to be working. Add option UI activity controller. The view controller used to present the share sheet. Do I need to... So we have a share file function, which when we call create default, it only shows me the actual class for iOS. Which defaults to a no activity view controller, which expect suspend. And this still add-on option. So how do I, okay, so how do I do this then? Is this, oh, it's linking stuff as I clicked. And we still failed. Oh, thanks for the sub. Swarnum Shaw. Swarnum Shaw? Swarnum? Swarnum? I'll just call you Swarnum. That's cool. Thank you for the sub. Really appreciate it. Always appreciate it. Hopefully you like the other stuff I posted. This UI has a bug where it jumps up numbers when I don't know if it assumes that I'm going to get more, but anyways, whatever. The ticker at the top. Anyways, why? Okay, so how do I do this? I need to pass in a presenter. So let's take a look at FileKit GitHub. FileKit GitHub. It's this one. Okay, so if I want to AMP Blue Sky client using FileKit. Oh, so these are things that are using FileKit. Okay. FileKit, open file picker, FileStir. What about share? Okay, is there more of a wiki? Wiki? There's a README. Open file saver. Oh, right, they have like a whole website. Okay, so file picker, share file, platform file, share, Android setup, That's fine. Oh, I so there's no iOS setup? Sounds accessible, Android setup. When sharing settings from custom locations. Oh, Dennis Lopez, thank you for the sub on YouTube. We are, I think that's 4 today. Thank you, everybody. Really appreciate it. Incredible stuff. Ugh. Thank you so much. On the way to 100. So I guess I have to launcher. Supported on Android and so this is all Android stuff. Oh. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I can do this. This is actually probably significantly better for me to do. And then is a file a platform file? Okay, let's I'm gonna keep this open on the side over here a little bit. Okay, what was I doing? I was moving this to the UI. Okay, so we have the backup dialog. So it could also be that the coroutine for the dialog goes away. And on Android that's fine, and on iOS that's not okay. But I want to actually move this to be proper, so I'm going to move iOS over here. Then I'm just going to work on Android to make sure that it still functions. But we're really just going to be looking at code for a minute. Okay, so when we have backup finished, so when the backup finishes, yeah, so we have the backup dialog. So where we have the backup finished. So instead of calling backup finished here, what we're gonna do, if state.backup finished, val, it's launcher equals, remember, share file launcher dot launch can I just do like platform file and then like state dot, wait, no, I don't have the actual backup. Right, because I create the so because the issue is that I create the thing here. So I create the file kit, and then I do the share file. What if I do just get rid of on dismiss requested? What if I just get rid of that? We're gonna test my theory about iOS, where it's an issue about the coroutine getting canceled. I want to test that, and while I'm testing that, I want to think. Oh wait, the build was failing, wasn't it? Shit. Okay. I want to go to iOS Yak shading. I'm just gonna get rid of all of this. I want to check. Yeah, why did those disappear? Alright, so let's try this again. Now it's building fine. Okay, it just didn't have the paths and stuff. Alright, so we are good here. I believe. Okay, so... No, we're not. Fast lane, okay. Like it worked once, then it stopped. Why you do that to me? Why you do that to me, Fastlane? Could also be that I just have to build from the terminal over here. But that's not the end of the world. But I did it using the SSH, but I guess my SSH instance already had the stuff. Had the stuff it needed. I'm not sure. Okay. This might mean that we have to switch back to, I was going to update settings if we can't get this working. Alright, I'm just clarifying. Okay, shit, what do we do while this is going? I guess we just, yeah, we switch back to, I can build, that's all I really care about. Then I'll just delete whatever Fastlane changes I have here, rely on what's there, and then I will fix this for Wednesday. Oh. Okay, so let's go back to what I was trying to do here. Let's try running this on Android, actually. So the idea would be backup is finished. So this was an issue that I was running into with FlowVI. So it's a library that I own, so I can make changes. But the issue is that so we have a source observable. That source observable combines a bunch of inputs, which are all of these database calls. And the issue is that a side effect can only trigger when an event happens. A side effect cannot trigger when just like a new set of state comes out, for example. So I kind of want to think about how that works and how interesting that can be, right? Because like I want to be able to just trigger like, oh yeah, all of the backups are finished. Let's save that file, and then like maybe that triggers an on file saved or something like that, right? So once the backup is basically once this is finished, I need to reach back out to the UI to tell it that something has happened. So I can set another event where the backup file is created, right? So maybe we have what is the so this is going to be a platform file. A platform file is not savable in stuff. So what I think I will actually do but I can't. No, okay. So what I was thinking there is, so I have backup finished as an event. So in the UI, when backup is finished as a launched effect, again, I want to move that into FlowVI, but yeah, I can't do that right now. That'll require a massive refactor of the entire application. So I need backup finished to store, basically create the backup file, and then save it to the actual. Basically, I'm gonna do this. Oh no, I can't really do this event wise. Can I? Okay, so what I want to do is I want to have another event. So we have backup finished, data object, file stored, backup event. It's not going to be a backup, a data object. It's going to be data class, which is going to be file project, platform file. So file stored. Why did I do this here? I don't know. So we're just gonna put that in the right spot. I don't know why, what loopy things I was thinking there for a minute. Sorry. Okay, now when backup, so now we're going to emit, or we're gonna dispatch. So dispatch backup event dot file stored backup file. So now when the file is stored, And then if I go, I'm gonna comment this out. That macOS password, no. It's trying to just get me to like give it my macOS password, which I really don't want to do. Okay, so I'm gonna move this up here. We are going to not do anything there. I'm going to do this. Paste. Okay, so now this should work. Okay, so if I go to fast file now and I do login, why did this switch back to, why is this Xargs again? What the? Build debug device. I want it to be using Gym. What the? I don't understand. I don't understand why it keeps on switching back. It's the most frustrating thing. Every single time I tell it to do something, it just constantly. Okay. I need to calm down. Okay. All right, I ran everything you said. It should work now. I also noticed that CD projects, LiftBro, get why in the fuck is it? This has to be the most. This has to be the most frustrating thing. I keep on, like I've just given up on the iOS build, so I've just been vibe coding it, right? Asking like, hey, just do these things that I need you to do, and it keeps on switching back to Xcode build, and I don't write. Like I keep telling it to not use that. Just gonna yell at AI for a minute. Okay, now we're good. Now we're good. Now we're good. Okay. Only do 2 and 3. Okay, we might need to take another break and hope that this builds. Let's just see if it fails quickly. So I should be able to build for Android now. And this should be the, oh wait, no, I need to go to the backup dialog. So we have the launched effect where this backup, and then we're also gonna have a launched effect where the backup finish. Instead, it's gonna be like backup file. This is going to be transient. So if the backup's finished and the backup file is not null, then we say backup is finished. And then we have launched. So we have backup file. So if state.backup file is not equal null, well, we have the launcher by remember share file launcher. Was that it? Or is it just equals? Is a delegated property? What? Oh, SmartCast is not available. Okay, so we'll just... okay. This should be... Oh, wait, no, I need to do the reducer still. So when the file is stored, I don't need to do anything. Unless... share result launcher. Can I do this? Okay, so we have that. I'm gonna just run this once and see if it works. It should work. Did it just not build? Why are you crashing now? Building all the logs. Oh. I had a newer version of a database on the other branch. Okay, so now we go to backup. We hit the backup button. This is not triggering. Oh, right. I know why. Oh wait, no, this is backup. Backup interactor. So we have the backup event file stored. What we need is a. Oh wait, you know what? This doesn't have to be. So what I can do here is not actually have a file. Well, the file stored event will pass in the file. Oh yeah, I can just do. I can just do event.file. Right, so the file is stored. There's no update to the state. It's just. Yeah, we need to go to backup. I keep on thinking like I need to go to the recording. So this is still not triggering, even though we're dispatching the share launcher. Most fast file. No, match password doesn't work because login. All right, I gotta figure out the iOS builds again. Okay, so we're just gonna play around with this for a little bit, and then we're gonna switch to settings, refactor, and this just isn't working. So I need to. I mean, now this isn't working on Android. So yeah, I'm gonna abandon this work for now. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of that work. I'm gonna go over to timer camera again. No, I'm gonna go over to main and do a. Wait, no, I'm actually gonna branch off of timer. Settings refactor, or settings UI refactor. Because the issue with settings right now is that I can't actually use that. I guess this is already on settings. So there's like become a pro, which is way at the bottom. I mean, maybe I can put that closer to the top, but nothing like really makes sense as to how it's being shown, right? Like there's like this experimental section, and especially if I go into like once you get pro, it's like experimental, expect bugs, and then it's like lift pros only. I guess this isn't actually so bad. Oh yeah, but this is all under like pro features. Let's actually take a look at this. So for the settings, we have backup settings, language settings, then we have subscription type, we have client settings row, we have all these settings items that just kind of get called. Yeah, so what I want to do is I want to actually set up like a settings interactor. And then the other idea too that I had is I wanted to do like a settings and profile page. So your profile, like there's app settings. Oh, I'm gonna take. Ooh, I'm gonna take a little break. My Brian. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break. Step outside for a minute. Will it work? It worked! Hey, yes. Oh no, you can see my. No, that wasn't my butt. That was my back. It was my back. Why is this so bright? It's a new camera that's a little worse at handling the light. All right, I'm gonna be right back. And then. Yeah, we'll continue this. I'm gonna refactor the settings page. I need to think about it a little bit because why am I doing this? Why am I showing my back while I'm doing this? Because I need to think about what I need to think about is blah 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 blah. I need to think about splitting up it up into profile and settings because there's a bunch of different types of settings, right? There's like app settings where it's like, hey, where's your DB located, like your database located? But then there's like lifting settings, right? Like that's more so things about how the app functions, right? So that's, I mean, there's experimental here, but like showing MER calculation, showing total weight moved, all those kind of things. I kind of want to put those in profile, right? So profile would kind of be where, I think DB location is actually not a pro feature. So yeah, I need to update settings so that it's in the settings page, and then there's also profile stuff. So maybe that involves kind of doing some mapping of how the settings actually function. Oh, this is gonna be a fun day. So yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break, and then we'll go from there. Be right back. Oh, hi. Oh, I should run. Whatever. Oh, how are we doing? All right. I'm back. I have Coke. And oh, there's still Coke in this one. Oops. But almost empty. No, I'm not going to do that. Okay, so what we need to do is I want to create a settings interactor. So we have settings and we have profile, right? So there's like app settings, and then there's profile. And the profile screen or do I just reorganize? So the app settings would be like your pro, your backup, yeah, your like DB location, and then your profile would be MER's total weight moved, estimated theoretical max, your bro, yeah. So I want to split it up into or maybe I actually split it up within settings into a tab. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I do that. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. So we have, let me get rid of this. So I'm going to make a page that's going to have some sort of tab. So it'll be like app / profile settings, right? And then there will be a button, so profile, and then this will say like app, right? So the app settings, and then there will just be all the different things here, but this will all be below the Lift Bro icon, and then like subscription settings. Right, so there's going to be app and then profile. So app will be like theme, language, all that jazz. Oh, that's funny. There's a mobile job opening at the company that my partner works at. That's what I was laughing at. Okay, so then we have app profile. So these are gonna be tabs, right? So you swap between the tabs, and then it's gonna change the settings that are visible to you. And then there's also going to be the footers at the bottom here. So the footers are gonna be like the footers, join Discord, source code, etc. Okay, so that's how I'm going to do the settings. I actually like this quite a bit. Why won't you go back? Oh, right. It got huge for some reason. Okay, cool. So that's what we're going to be looking to do. So within the settings screen, I am going to... So the settings screen is going to have two tabs. There's going to be the profile tab and the profile tab and the like app tab. I need to think of a better name for app tab, but I can't right now. So we're just gonna profile tab. That's gonna be a file, and then we are going to quick. What's a better name than app tab? It's gonna be like your backup and your like the things about this instance of the app that's not like around like how the user lifts, right? The profile is going to be more around, yeah. Yeah, like application settings. Yeah, okay. That's what I'm gonna do right now. Oh wait, no, it's application settings tab. Profile settings tab. Okay, so this is going to be now we need a settings interactor. Why did this go into server? Whatever. So we're gonna have a settings interactor. The settings interactor. So we're gonna have. So there's a couple ways that I can handle this. I could handle this in the way that my interactor actually deals with, like this interactor deals with all of the things that are going on, right? Like it's the one that figures out like geez, why can't I think? It's the one that figures out which event maps to which settings repository call, right? Like that's one way I can handle it. So it would have a like what I'm really, so I would have a data class for the settings state. The settings state is going to be a val of, so we're going to have the app settings, which is going to be a list of setting. I could do it like this. Ooh. Val. No. So we have app settings, and then we have, so there's going to be a list of any for now, and then we have our profile settings, list of any, and then we would have our sealed interface, settings, interactor, right? So what we could do is we could have a fairly generic system where the settings interactor just gets called a setting, and then this is the thing that understands, I guess like the settings repository call itself is fairly generic because we just pass the setting through. But the events could also be like this setting was called, this setting was called, this setting was called, this setting was called, right? So I could have like a data object for like toggle MER, right? Right, and then this would have a reducer call as well as a I guess it wouldn't really need a reducer call, but it would have a side effect call at the very least. Sorry, that at the very least would happen. Or I could just have the settings interactor really be something that builds a list of settings from the current settings object. But I don't actually think I can like loop over these. So be like, you know, for each, because I'm using KMP, I do not believe it's possible yet to loop over each one, which sucks. So I would have to make a why is bro not being used anywhere? Anyways, so I would have to make a yeah, I think what I'm going to do instead is the settings interactor is simply I think I'm actually gonna. I don't know if I actually need the interactor yet, because the settings screen is simply going to like show each setting as needed. Video and Android development with Kotlin. Thank you, Amir. Android and iOS, technically. The iOS builds are just not working. Yeah, what are you mostly seeing? Or is it so the settings screen is going to have this, because really the two tabs are just going to be so do I even really need those two tabs? So I want to do this in a way where if I add a setting, let's go to the settings repository. Right, so I could do when this is any of the things, but how do I like loop over each instance of those? Because right now I'm saying like, yeah, when this setting is passed in, we get the thingy. I could just like read all of the values. That is an option. So how would I do this? I could also just have a static list that I need to update, and then I would have to put this in a spot where it's really obvious that. So a way I could do this is I could somewhere, I wouldn't put it here, but I could have like a private val, like profile settings, which would just be a list of setting of star, right, and then or like setting of like K class or whatever of setting of star, right, and then so this would just like select each one, but or like it would make a list of, and it would just be like a list of and then like settings.bro or setting.bro class, right? And then just that would be how that works. And then I would just call, it wouldn't be private, and then I would just call that wherever, and then I would have two lists, and then those would just dictate that. The thing I don't like about that is I want the settings that are there to be very like explicit. Like if anybody adds a setting, I want them to be like they have to decide if they want to add it to the settings pages or not. Because some settings are not on the settings pages. For example, I just got rid of I just got rid of it, so it's not here anymore. But the edit, or sorry, the it was like edit set version. So I guess it's still here. Like it's still here in the data source, but it's not in the UI anymore. But this was not on the settings screen. So it was just a toggle on the edit set screen where you could just like switch between V1 and V2 if you wanted. So you got to like try the new stuff. So that was an example of where that was there. But a bunch of these other things are going to be in the actual settings screen. So I could, these aren't enums, they're sealed classes. Maybe if I'm not gonna like update Kotlin today because that's gonna be, but maybe if I update Kotlin, I'll be able to. Maybe if I update Kotlin, I'll be able to maybe I'll be able to do the reflection looping. Okay, so let's get back to the settings. It could also be that I just reorganize this. Let's do the UI update, because I feel like I'm getting stuck right now. I'm getting stuck in my own head about like how I want to structure the interactors and how I want to get the data. But this is really that the settings page, like the problem right now is that the settings page is very confusing. It's very confusing. So and it's very confusing, and it's also like things are out of order, and it's like what am I looking at? Why am I looking at it? So I would like to just restructure this UI, and then maybe as I'm restructuring the UI, I'll get a better idea of how I want to structure the actual data. Because right now it is very much just that, like, hey, the things that are here, and that's just kind of how that is. So that is what it is. Excuse me. So what we're going to do is so the content. Does the lifting scaffold, it does have a description. I forget what the description does, but what if I were to make, I need to sneeze. Okay, sorry if that was too much. So now we're gonna make a row. We're just going to, I guess, do I have a switch? Yeah, I guess I definitely have a switch. I just want this to be like 2 buttons right now. I want this to be tabs. General tab overload, opinionated about content color. Okay. Okie dokie. Selected. We're just going to. Right, but then there's the. Okay, so this actually has to be in the. Ooh, this is going to get weird. No, it's not. No, it's not. Ahaha. Okay. I'll be normal now. So what I thought, this is how I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it all within one lazy column because I think that's how I need to do it. Unless I make the tabs lazy column scoped, which I don't really like doing. I don't like that concept. I understand why people might do it, but it's not what I prefer. So we are going to have an item at the top that is our bro that we currently have. So let's compare this. So we have the bro, and then that's where the dependencies happen, and that's where also that goes. Now here, we're going to create an item that's going to be a row of 2 tabs, and then this is going to be, we're just going to, I didn't mean to open that, I kind of wanted to click right below it. This is going to be, like, I guess enum class, settings tab, this is going to be profile, and then application. So right here within content, yeah, I think within content, select the tab by remember, var tab by remember, mutable state of settings tab dot, will default to profile, and also I want to remember savable. The reason I want to remember savable is because that way if they rotate the device or anything like that, or if they go back and, you know, if weird state things happen, it will stay on whatever tab they selected instead of defaulting to profile. So that's why I want to use remember savable there. So selected, we're going to have the first one be profile, selected tab, or settings tab, profile, and then what are the other things I need to do here? On click, and then there's like color content and stuff. Okay, so we're just gonna tab equals settings tab dot profile, and then we're gonna yank this, plop that there, and we're going to do application, and we're good. So let's see how this looks. This also, can I do sticky header like this? I believe so. Oh, and then this also needs a background then. And then background material theme dot color scheme background. Bingo bongo. It's been a while. It has been a while. Let's go to settings. So what is this tab row thing? Replaced by primary and secondary tab. So indicator divider tabs. I've never used this tab row. Tabs, so I have to pass in that and select a tab index. And then I pass in tab. But why do I have to pass in the selected index? Because it just passed in. I don't understand how this, because it's like horizontal divider. All right, let's see how this works. Because I'm not like it's, or does it always? Like default to badge bounds. I don't understand. I don't understand. Oh. Oh, and then this updates to, okay. It would be tab dot ordinal. And then that's how that would work. So then this has like text and an icon. Oh, right, because those are separated. Wait, why is it back? Why? Oh, container color. That's so so that would be background, and then we will do so select a tab index, so I updated all that. Okay, yeah, I like that. That's nice. And then so you can swap between profile and application. That's actually really smooth. I'm surprised at how much I actually like that. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Oh. Ooh. Okay, so now we have the primary tab rows. So now there's going to be items that, depending on the profile or depending on the tab row, they get updated. So now this is starting to make me think that I want to shift this into a Interactor. No, this is settings event. I don't really need those right now, but so what we're going to do is we are going to have the selected tab, which is going to settings tab dot profile, and then from here, we are also going to have like the items, and this is going to be a list of settings item. And then the settings item is yeah, gonna be all the items. Is it going to be all the items that can be on? Is it going to be all the items that can be on the all the items that can be on the thing? Now all of me is thinking, like, do I make an annotation processor where I can annotate the setting and then it creates a list of all those settings? That's something I want to do. I mean, I could. But it would have to create a list of the class. I'm sure there's something out there that exists that can do that. But we're going to stick with focusing on the UI. Okay, so actually I have an idea. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have another sealed class. These are going to be sealed interfaces. Profile item. Application item. And then these are going to be data object, backup restore, application item, data objects, language, application item, settings item. I'm gonna profile setting, an application setting. That just seems a lot more nice. Data object theme, application setting, data object, ooh, yeah, I guess DB location, application setting, because I also want to split things up based on pro versus not pro, and experimental versus not experimental. I don't think I like this idea of profile setting versus application setting anymore, but so we still need to do the experimental settings. I'm not sure how I want to model those yet, because I do want these to data object, MER, MER, profile setting, data object, TWM, profile setting, data object, max settings. Profile setting, because I want these to kind of be like in the same chunk. Okay, so how do I want to handle like experimental? So experimental are always going to be pro. Thanks, Viably Subtle. I'm gonna keep going. You don't you worry. So how do I want to do the experimental settings? They could be another tab. They could be another tab. I think if I have I think I need to maybe take a break. I take a break, like I think outside, and then I just like all the ideas come flooding to me. But if I'm staring at the screen all the time, so sometimes I just need to take like 5, because I have profile settings, I have application settings. I could also flatten this. Maybe I'll just talk about it out loud for a second. I could also flatten this so that like MER, TWM, max settings, everything is just local, and then I have extension functions like settings item dot is like dot tab, right, which then returns the tab that they're on, actually really like that, because then I can just do like an equivalence check on the tab, like the selected tab. And then I'm gonna do something really weird right now. I'm gonna get rid of this settings item. I am just going to do setting of star here, and then we're gonna start building. Remember, or I guess I gotta alias settings interactor. Interactor setting state, settings event. Yeah. Remember settings. Empty list, and you should just be able to figure that out. And then source. So the source is going to be So the source is going to be, we're basically only going to need the settings repository. So it's going to be a combine with a list of flows. Oh, okay, cool. We're gonna combine here, and then so I could just like get each one, like settings repository dot listen, and then setting, right, like and then just like do each one, right? Like I could list out each one, and then in the combine create a list based on the selected tab. Wait, no, I can't do that. Oh, how do I do this? Because when an event happens, this doesn't get triggered. So I can't go like based on the selected tab. How do I do this? So the source The source is going to listen to a bunch of things, which is going to rebuild, which is going to blow out the tab that's selected, because the tab that's selected is not coming from... So the issue is that when I call listen, or when I combine a bunch of things together, I'm going to build a settings state. And that settings state is going to be a selected tab. And let me check. Yeah, so source gets called with initial state and source gets called with restore here. Where else does source get called? So yeah, here we call source. Wait, what? No, yeah, so that's where this happens. So here source is emitted with initial state, and then when it's pulled back, it's emitted with whatever object we get from the restore function. And that's why we call source, and then when we pass this in, this is a flow of state. Yeah, so this source state, it's not gonna have the correct tab. Unless I recreate it each time, right? So like what I could do is, so where this tab is, like this is where I could actually do the, right? Like I could do something like this. So, and then the initial state, so we have the interactor, so we remember it there, and then so we have the sticky header. So we do state.collect, and then all right, so we have the items now, and then we have the item. Language settings. There's the language settings. Oh, language override, right? Theme. So now we're into Pro, which I guess doesn't really matter. Client settings row. That's client URL, I believe. MER, TWM, Emacs, those should be easy. Edit set version, latest release notes, total weight moved. Emacs enabled. I guess we'll just do Emacs. Settings row. ftux, dashboard 3.3, consent. Yes, this also makes me realize I don't have like analytics consent or like I guess terms and conditions consent is not going to be in actual settings, but I don't have analytics consent in settings right now, so if somebody wants to disable it, they cannot. I need to go to the bathroom, so I'm also going to use this as a chance to take a break, so I will be right back, and yeah, see you all shortly. Bye. Ugh. Ugh. right, I'm back. So, I realize I'm doing this all wrong. Why did I open another Coke? I have a full one here. I realize I'm doing this all wrong. So, I shouldn't be doing this with items here. It should be selected tab, and then the items are... Wait, the items are a list of settings. So when I update the tab... Yeah, so the thing that I'm missing here is I don't actually need... All I need is side effects. So we're not going to have a dispatcher. We're going to have a state, and we're going to have an event. So when event... Oh wait, this is going to suck again because the tab selected isn't going to go. Okay, so when event... Oh wait, no, this isn't... I don't need that here. I need a reducer. And then the event is going to be... Well, the event is going to be... Do I want it to just be like tab switched and then like with the tab? Or do I want it to be like switched to like... So it should be like profile tab. Yeah, I'm just going to do this correctly. So it should be data object, profile tab selected, settings event, data object, application tab selected, and settings event. So it should be that. The reason being is because, especially for things like analytics or other events that might happen, like right now I'm just thinking about the UI, right? So it doesn't actually really matter what tab is selected. It's just that all that matters is that it goes to the right tab, right? So that it updates to the correct tab. So yeah, I'll but like if I wanted to send analytics, or if I wanted to, I don't know, navigate somewhere, or like show a dialogue or anything along those lines, like this is how I would differentiate between that, instead of having like if statements all over the place. It would just be these when statements that are a lot more compiler safe. So now when event so state dot copy items equal we're just gonna go, I guess, so tabs is equal to selected settings tab dot application, and then we're going to go settings tab dot application, or is it selected tab? Selected tab. I guess we're gonna go like settings, right? So this is going to be a settings tab dot settings. And then this is going to be a list of settings star. Oh wait, yeah, this is that. So when this remaining branches, so here we go. Nilex, am I anti-AI? I think a lot of people would consider me anti-AI. I use it as a tool, but I don't use it a ton. I also just really enjoy programming and kind of streaming it. So I find, especially the way that I develop, where I don't necessarily know exactly what I'm looking for in the end. You know, I'm doing a lot of exploratory development at this point because I'm tinkering around with the library that I built. But I think a lot of people overuse AI, and I find that especially when there was a while there where I kind of tried to like use a lot of AI, or I was like, okay, I'm gonna like vibe code a bunch of stuff, and I found that I got really lost in those projects, and it got me kind of like I didn't really know what was going on, and I kind of ended up just not really enjoying development. So I find the more hands-on I get, the more I know, the more ideas I get, and the more I grow as a developer. So that's what I do. But I mean, hey, I worked at places that forced me to use it, and I do use it for like, it's broken right now because I lost all my end-to-end configurations, but I use it for like translations and string extraction and a lot of stuff like that. So that is something that I do. Right, so like whenever I commit code that has, I mean, so it's not, I haven't run it on every file yet, but so when this gets committed, if that was running, it would take these hard-coded strings and extract them out into localizable with like semantic key names for proper naming and stuff like that. Yeah. All right, so those are going to be list of. I don't actually need the settings repository here. And then the tab is not actually going to be there. So I guess this would be, or select a tab.settings. Oh, no, I want that to stay there. Yeah, I built an AI server. I have this like portable Mac Mini server that I can bring anywhere and run AI. But yeah. Cool, thank you, appreciate it. I do very much not like AI in like creative settings. But, you know, if you wish to do that, the power to you. I'm just probably not gonna really enjoy whatever you made or whatever, you know, you. But that's, anyways. Okay. Now we're gonna copy this. Profile. Profile. I do wish I had AI autocomplete set up. That was something that I really enjoyed, but I didn't enjoy how every single time I opened Android Studio, the Google autocomplete stuff would not work, and I just haven't set up a something with the local server, which I really need to do, and then I also need to make a video of it because it's been annoying enough to set up, and I haven't found enough resources for how to set it up. So yeah, like local AI code autocomplete. That's what I would love. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I'm doing it. Okay, so now we have this, which is going to bring us back our list of settings. So all right, so settings.mer, setting dot tmax, setting dot emax, setting dot, there should be a local overrides. And then backup, because I think like the idea of like being able to back up your profile, like that's kind of what you're doing, right? Like you're backing up everything about the device. So back up your profile, the local override. Maybe I should back up the language as well. No, that's a per device setting. Yeah, so maybe does it go into application settings? Yeah, because I'm not going to back up like settings theme server, or what is it? It was backup settings, MER settings, theme mode, timer, local override, Where? Why can't I find this? Should be like server or something. MER settings, server settings. Server settings row. Oh, this isn't actually, it's just on or off. Right. Right, it's just on or off. There's no like setting for it. So I guess that's gonna have to be updated or hard-coded in some way. Okay, so that's interesting. That means that I probably have to make a separate item. Unless I do add a setting for server where it's like auto turn on or like turn on with Wi-Fi or something, and then I can show the other stuff. But I don't think I want to do that. Also probably shouldn't even be showing that, to be honest. Huh? Why did that disappear? Okay, so that's how that's gonna work, and then when I swap them, then they're fine. Let's go to the settings screen. And then we're also going to have, so we're gonna have items, and then we're gonna have pro items. Wait, no. So now I want to split them up between like pro and not pro, right? So I want to split them up between like pro and not pro. I want to split them up between pro and not pro. So I think I want to do is make this private. And then what I'll do is I'll have I just got all the settings. Okay, so we have selected tab settings. So what I do is I take the items, and I want to, so experimental. This is what I want to do, right? Just have a bunch of these. And then val, so experimental. What others do I want to have? So they're going to be experimental, they're going to be pro. I guess it's just experimental and pro. Actually, I'm just going to do this the opposite way. It's timer. And then setting dot dashboard B3. T17 down. There we go. And then, so pro is going to be so setting state. So there's going to be experimental, there's going to be pro, and then there's also going to be, there's also just like regular, right? Like standard. I could also do like profile and application. Right, so right now I have this check here that just grabs the list, but I could just pass in all of the items. Like I always pass in all the items that are like the settings standard items, and then based on the tab, it just pulls out Because right now I'm having a hard time thinking about like which goes where, but then this becomes a lot easier if I just go like, here's all the things that I want. Because right now I have to think like, oh, is the experimental in timer setting dot dashboard v3. So that's also going to go like in a sub experimental component, and then that's also going to include the lift pros. This is all going to be lift pros only. Cool. All right, now so this list, I think that's everything because the server is going to render on when experimental is rendered in application. Oh, that's going to be weird. And then we're going to split these. Backup, restore, language setting, theme. Okay. Yeah, I don't like this. Cause like there's just like so much state everywhere. Like if it's pro and experimental, or if it's regular, but like all things, because like the pro stuff is always going to be experimental. Okay. Let's go to server. Let's go here again. So this is not there. So ooh. Pro header. And this is just going to be like regular items, right? So what I need to do is do I put this into another function and then I just have have not pro? Because the thing is that I can't actually, yeah. Like just like settings. So, and then pro settings, and experimental settings, I guess. And then we go to the settings screen. And then we're also going to have another composable that's way down at the bottom. That's just going to be, I think I'm just going to call this like settings row loader, which is going to take in a setting. And then that's where we're going to have this when statement. Settings loader, and then this is going to be setting, and then so this passes all the way through. I know there's a lot of to-dos there. We're going to ignore that for now. And then now what we're going to do is ow. So we have the settings row loader. Otherwise, I need to. So sorry, what I was thinking about. I need to be thinking more out loud. It's been a day of thinking. So I have the subscription type pro, and then we have the pro settings. So if we're not showing pro, then I need to show some kind of standardized like marketing spiel. But I think what I'm going to do is actually put that at the top. So we have the pro header is here, and then we have pro. I guess this should actually go there. And then and then we also have the then we have this, which appears. So this is where the video recording and stuff happens. But what I want it to do instead is do a for each. All right, so here's where we just like render out the other goodies, experimental features. So that's just going to render the bottom thing, and then when you click it, it's going to show the paywall. I can get rid of these now, and then we're always going to show a bunch of buttons at the bottom with the things and the things. And then we have the animated paywall at the bottom. So I think we're actually good to go, because really we just have so we have the kind of mess that's at the top here, which I should turn it into a setting. We have the header, and then we have the subscription type. If it's pro, then we show all the pro stuff. And then I need to move this up top, so I need to like disable pro and then figure out what that looks like. Yay! I'm gonna put this back where it belongs. Okay, and then alright, so we'll just do this to kind of sidestep. I guess I gotta go. And then put that there. Oh, and then what we need to do now is Interactor settings event dot profile selected. Yep, and then yank this. Let me send those across, and then we should be good to go. Why am I going through the video? Because I was doing that for so long. Okay, so now we have this pro features. I don't want these to render. Did I copy it? If it's pro. Oh, and it's because I'm not checking for experimental. If it's not empty, we're going to try this. If it's not empty, we will column, sorry, it's state that experimental settings for each when it's oh wait, yeah. How do I do this? I guess I just do this and then I pass. So this goes to video recording, even though it really shouldn't. So this goes to where is timer. This goes here. I guess that goes there. And then this goes, yeah. Dashboard V3. Bingo bongo. Alright, it likes to put a space after that. Okay, so now we have the timer, which is kind of being handled in its own thing. And then we do a check here. I thought I was hearing something, but I think it was in the music. Or maybe I just do backup restore before everything. Huh? They were just right there. Pro settings. Oh, why are these appearing twice? So we do the pro settings, we check if it's not empty, and then for each, if they're pro, we show experimental settings. I don't understand. So this is how it should show. Oh, is not pro and not. So that means I have to move this out into a similar thing. Did I just do that? Yeah. I'd like this to be up here. There we go. So now we only render the stuff that's pro and then experimental, so we don't have like this weird mix of stuff. So if experimental is not empty, we render it. Otherwise, wait, no, that shouldn't be how it works. I guess it works for now because it's just going to show the pro features over there. Sorry, the experimental features over there. So what happens if I'm not pro? Sorry, I need to move this over because I just want to check. This is user pro. All right, let's see if this works. I was just like going into places that might have had keys, not because of like leaking them in the repo, just because they are in my build config, if you know what I mean. Why? Subscription type. Check is debug, purchases log level. And then if we contain pro. Oh. Not purchases that get customer info. So that's just, can I just, because that's only gonna update once, and that's checking. Oh wait, right, this is just going to mock a user if debug. So what I want to do is I want to this mock user. Get rid of that. That should fix it. This is also a bug, I'm realizing, because these things are not mapped together. So I need to fix that. Right, that's not gonna work. Yes. Okay. Let's fix this up a bit. So if we go to the settings screen, we have this other goodies where we have the titles, we have the pro description. Trying to think of what I want to show here. So we've got this like profile. We've got. So let's just start. Become a Lyft Pro. Then maybe I need to go into Revenue Cat and like really kind of hammer down what that actually does. I could still show the pro items. Oh, right. This is so for pro settings. Shit. Okay. What happens here? Okay, so let's go back to settings row. Oh, I have to go to the bathroom. Yeah, I have to go to the bathroom. One sec. Oh, I'm actually gonna take a quick break. Hopefully we'll be, yeah. Oh, did we get another sub and I missed it? Did I not get the dingy ding? Ugh. If you're watching and you subbed, I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. We did get another sub. Very much appreciated. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, take a quick break, and then we'll be back. Yeah, I'm hoping to get this done today. All right, see you all in a minute. Woo! Or in a couple minutes, not in 1 minute. We are back. Ugh. Okay, so we are that should be in profile. Like default UOM. So become a Lift Pro. So like become a Lift Pro. Do I want to show like or maybe I just like maybe I just do like a little thing that's kind of a like a dot. So become a Lift Pro, like advanced tracking metrics, experimental features, support development. I was also thinking outside. So I generally am a person that very much does not like software as a service, or like especially content as a service, like video games, you know, like video games, TV, books, like that kind of thing. Especially for profit, like a library, I don't really consider that as like content as a service, but I guess it technically is. But anyways, I don't like using the word content for that anyways, as well. But so Lift Pro right now is fully like software as a service. There's no way to use Lift Pro outside of there's no way to like use Lift Pro outside of a subscription. So I think tomorrow I'm going to do some updates where I swap, like I create versions where you can just like purchase like features. Like it's almost like a feature marketplace, right? Yeah, I think I like that. I think I'm gonna implement that tomorrow. Or I might implement the like back-end stuff for that, and then we'll do it on Friday or something. I mean, the video stuff actually seems pretty much done. This is pretty much done. Oh, so show mercalcs enabled. So okay, so these if they exist, maybe I do like maybe I do like advanced. Right, because that triggers twice right now. And then also I want the TWM. Maybe it's like profile and then like advanced / experimental. Is this too like in your face to have there like all the time? Okay, maybe I need to put this on hold until Wednesday then, or Friday. Because I really like the idea of having like a feature marketplace, and that's going to significantly change how the settings work. I guess not really, it's just going to change that these are going to get like a button beside it that goes like, hey. Like me. To like purchase the feature. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm not thinking straight for this, so I think I'm gonna end it there. But thanks everybody for watching. I'm gonna set up these purchases tomorrow. We did get the timer done. We got this in a better spot. Oh, hey PK, you joined just as I was leaving. Oh no. But good to see you. Thanks for jumping in. Always great to see you. See, I'll probably, or do I want to? So the thing is that like there's this enabled thing that's not really working, and also I don't really like this. Or maybe I like. Typography dot label. What if we do like this? Said. I mean, I might, cause like I kind of want to release this because it does make the settings look so much better. But the like the MER settings row, like there's this concept of it being enabled or disabled, and right now there's just a checkbox that calls on toggle immediately, and there's no way for me to wait. That should be not working then. Because enabled is pro. I don't want the... And is pro is... Oh, we have this or build. Ah. I put that everywhere initially. Thanks, I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Saying it wasn't polished before? What are you talking about? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. iOS I still need to work on a little bit more, but I keep on running into build issues. Is that too much? Okay, so yeah, that's not working. TWM settings row, it's probably the same thing. estimated our Emacs settings row. Yeah, there we go. So Emacs content row. So all I need to do is only show one of them. So in the Interactor, I only need to show one of them. So we'll just show Emacs, and then Emacs is going to show both of them. I know it's not great, so it's not like a one-to-one mapping, but you know, hey, tis what it is. Tis what it is. Or maybe I just put this back at the bottom. Is that too much? Why is it still picking this video? Nightbot? You silly, silly Nightbot. Also gotta fix that. So why is this too much? You know what? I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it because I'm thinking about this too much. It's Monday. I'm gonna be editing this all week, so I think I'm just gonna go with it. I'm gonna get rid of the bottom like show paywall thing, so this goes away. This can go like way down here. What the hell? All right, there we go. And then I know I said I was going away, but I lied. I didn't lie at the time. I intended to go away. And then so we have this bit here. So what I can do is I can make this entire thing a button, which I think would be obnoxious. I can like make the Lift Pro a button. But that's also really close to swapping the Lift Pro icon. I guess that's circular. I'm just gonna do what I was thinking. Font weight, bold. Oh, shouldn't I be using like attributable text or whatever? Yeah. always have to like look at clickable text and then be like, annotated string that contains a link annotation. With annotation. How do I do this? How do I do this? Text, clickable, annotation, jetpackcompose. Yeah, you don't want to use clickable text anymore. No, link annotation.url. Right. Annotation.clickable. Text to which the annotation is attached after trigger link interaction listener. Okay, cool. Tag is Lift Pro, I guess. Why do I know why I keep doing that, but I keep on thinking that I'm working on that page feature again. So all of this is disabled. This is all become a lift pro. Wait, what? Oh, right. I guess I want to go local text style current copy. I want to do text. No, it's font weight dot bold, and then I want to do font like underline font features. What the hell is font feature settings? Oh no, I guess like I just do like underline or something. Okay, to span. Wow. If I had a chevron there, does that help it? It might make it look worse, to be honest, but we'll see. Then we're gonna commit this. I'm gonna make a PR. I don't like that at all, but whatever. Okay. So add in an interactor, update the UI to show profile and application tab. Added a subheader for becoming Lift Pro. All right, it's probably gonna fail. But I like this I like this structure, and I really like this idea of making individual products. It's like, hey, if you want to pay for this feature, $15, $10, whatever. If you want to pay for this one, whatever. If you want to pay for this one. So yeah, I'm gonna start with that on tomorrow. Yeah, now I'm actually heading out. So thanks everybody for watching. We had a shitload of subs today. Unfortunately, I cannot see on YouTube the list of previous subs, unless there's a way I can get that from like an API or whatever. No, people keep on joining right as I'm about to leave. Aniket, hello, new here. Good to see you. I've been live for almost 5 hours, 4.25 hours. I've never said it like that. I've never once said it like that. Why did I say it like that? So yeah, I'm a little tired, but thank you for joining in. Appreciate it. I will be live again on Wednesday. I'm usually live from like 11 till 5, right around now, EST. I also have videos, but yeah. I can't just review stuff, especially links, but I wish you well. But I'm gonna head out. Thank you all for watching. I will see you all Wednesday, where we probably do some of the like payment stuff, or maybe not. Maybe that's a bad idea to do on stream. But I'm gonna definitely tinker with that. So, anyways, I'll have more plans. Jump in the Discord if you're there. You know, all that jazz. Like and subscribe. Really appreciate everybody watching. Have a great rest of your Monday, and see you on Wednesday. Bye. See you. Bye.